Hello, everyone. Wexford, Van, Hempmind, Nico, Listopat, all the usuals. Good to see you. Yeah, you better duck out now then, Van, if you don't want to see spoilers. Even though you've been watching like most of the playthrough, I think, but yeah, some big things will be coming up, I think. Let's see here. Man, I think we're like 80 hours, almost 80 hours into this playthrough now. It's been quite a journey. Just been living and breathing this game, it feels like, for the last while. Right, Ben, right. But, yeah, if you don't want to see who the killer is, you should probably drop out. Because I reckon that's what we're gonna discover today. Maybe. Well, who knows? Maybe we'll never find out who did it. But, yeah, we're heading out to this island now, where we think the shot came from. Or the islet. And I'm intrigued to see what we discover. I really like how the game didn't end after the shootout. Like I was kind of, I was expecting it to end there. I was like, oh shit, we got the bad ending. We died. But no, we woke up and Kim was there and we were in our room. And then it just continued. I loved that when we went back into Classia's room and she had the note left for us there. P.S. I didn't kill him. Something about that I just loved. Really got the juices flowing again. Started building up the intrigue again. They really do a great job at making you just second guess everything. You know, I didn't know what was going on. Didn't know who to believe. Had no idea who did it. You know, when I met Ruby for the first time and it was very clear that Ruby didn't kill her, I was like, oh, I should have arrested Classia, you know? It's like, for fuck's sake, why didn't I arrest her? But it was still foolish to think then that she was definitely the one who did it, because, like, who the fuck knows? Obviously, no one hearing a gunshot was a pretty important detail. If she did kill him, why would she shoot him through the window? That always seemed unlikely anyway, because no one heard a gunshot. Who knows? Maybe she had a silencer. Hey, what's up, Wexford? Got Mrs. Beef in on this as well. I love how Ruby ended up being like a relentlessly loyal person as well. After all the scheming and betrayals, we reached this character. Like, it would seem to me anyway, it seemed very clear that she definitely didn't do it. And she was, you know, extremely loyal to her friends and everything, and cursing herself for trusting all these people. You know, the Hardy Boys and Classia and Tommy and... yeah, she was a cool character. What a great scene in the dining area as well. Because almost all the Hardy Boys got killed. And just those two lads sitting down at the table in the early morning. Your man just drunk off his face, not knowing what to do with his life now. Convincing the other guy that he should become the leader. Something so sad about that scene, so real. All right, so we're gonna go back to the Cornish woman. See if we can borrow her boat. Go to the islet in the bay. There could be a boat in the fishing village on the coast. Ask there. Oh, exciting. Love how we get to finish this off with a new area as well. But yeah, how did the shot reach the place from here? Guess we'll have to find out. D-Cups, how's it going? You know what? Actually, let's talk to some people before we do that. Just to see if there's any different dialogue. Maybe go up to the dice maker. Talk to this guy.
Wow.
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is? Cool. That's cool.
Persuade him to give you some money. We still have this check here. Go on. Give me some money, would you? Oh! We're off to a good start today. Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember? Hey, you seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force? Okay. The man stops, his face suddenly serious. But why, officer? Because you need to solve the biggest case in the history of criminal sciences. See this island over there? No way. There's unique dialogue for this if you do it at the end of the game. Surely he doesn't mention the island if you do this early on in the game. See this island over there? Point at the sea. I need money to fund an expedition there. It's important for the case. Oh, I like expeditions, and I like you. I can give you... He counts in his head. 10 real. The lieutenant nods calmly and says, corruption. It's just like Bus or Seagull. A kid watching out of a window, describing things going by. He doesn't like it too much, but what do you do? Koala, how's it going? Exhausting my luck reserves. I still don't have a gun, remember? So who the fuck knows? Still might end up dead. Should probably buy some heals as well.
Mon Dieu, you set it on fire. What kind of policeman are you?
Firewalker. I walk in flames. Lage, how's it going? Policeman of the state yet to come. The herald of the apocalypse. The fuel was an environmental hazard. I had to get rid of it somehow. A beacon of light in the dull shores of mediocrity. You're welcome, Martinez. Oh, well, thank you, officer. It certainly lightened the mood. He laughs nervously. Very cozy. Like a little street fair, almost. Kuno, are you still here? Gotta say my goodbyes.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Who's saying that? People. They say you kind of died for a moment. That you let your shit out already. But then came back. So I guess that's what's cool now. Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and that you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different. Kuno doesn't reward weakness, he says, looking at your pathetic limp. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that. We got some free morale. Nice. Kind of tempted to put a point into empathy. See if we can figure out what the deal is with Kuno. Kuno's gonna have a rough life. Kuno's already having a very rough life. Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you. What's that supposed to mean? Kuno starts doing the I got my eye on you gesture repeatedly. Who knows? I'm gonna keep those skill points. Tudafuzi, how's it going?
Oh my god, things have gotten out of hand. I thought the psychic stuff was bad, but the crime, it's even worse. I haven't been able to come to work for 3 days. The shop has been locked, no sales, gangbangers running around, shooting everyone. I know I shouldn't have bought a shop in this ghetto.
Hey, I'm the one who got shot here. In the leg and in the shoulder. Oh my god, even the police can't take care of all this. Just look at you, you're a wreck. Someone should do something about this. She rubs her pendant between two fingers, thinking. Maybe I should close the bookstore and open a psychic studio. Yes, she nods to herself. It makes sense. Crime is the sixth element, you see. The darkest element. I could teach people to protect themselves against bad energies and to fight crime. Sounds like a plan. Life must go on after all. Yes, what Martinez really needs is more vigilantes roaming the streets. Exactly. It's a brilliant idea. Thank you, officer. I'm going to start drawing up business plans right away. In the meantime, do buy the books. As many as you can. They won't be here for much longer. Determination shines in her eyes. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'm good. Let's talk to the girl.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Well, let's see if Cindy is still here. No, she's not there. Let's interact with this wall again. Conceptualization, 8% now. Like 80 hours, I think, MJ. Give me some conceptualization, game. I should have put on that fucking armor before going back yesterday. I just didn't think a firefight would break out straight away. %17%? Worth a shot. Let's talk to Granny.
Give me a moment.
Oh, we could have asked her about all this stuff. She lives in apartment 10. No one lives there. It's been empty for months. But I talked to someone through the door. Impossible, the cleaning lady says, shaking her head. I would know if someone had moved in there. She pauses, eyeing the hallway. Maybe it's those counterculture people again, breaking into our house like it's public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Wow, we can still do this now. Who lives behind the padlock door? Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. Suddenly the old lady's face is beaming. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Astrology? Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawing up on the wall. Are you sure you don't mean astronomy? You mean the star and antlers? I think that's the symbol of communism. The symbol of what now? Communism. You know, like in the World Revolution. Never heard of it, the cleaning lady replies, before another coughing spell takes hold of her. Okay. This apartment is supposed to be empty. Did you break in here? Excuse me? Of course not. Scare them. Suspected of some big crime. There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official. I don't need a warrant if I suspect there's been a break-in. Oh, come on. There's a pause before you hear the door being unlocked. That was smart, the lieutenant says, nodding toward the unlocked door. Interesting. A blister pack of medicine peeks out of the box. You should take it. Looks like a fine mattress. Don't be ridiculous. You can hear it swarming with bugs. Real estate agent. Satisfied? My name's Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I'm not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see? She jingles a set of keys in her hand. Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20 at least. Her voice is really cheerful despite her obviously hating you. Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too? She fumbles through her purse, fishing out a light paper-clad passport. Inspect the passport. It feels flimsy in hand with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details. Nice haircut. Hand back the passport. Thank you. She slips the passport back into her purse. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour. What are you doing here? She sighs and looks around. I need to get it ready for the next lease. But as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place. Reprehensible. I fuck shit up too. Ha. She smiles aggressively. Sounds like you've spent too much time undercover in some rock band. Who lived here? It was some kind of a moribund old man. He used to be a business owner. Moribund? Not familiar with that word. You'd think they'd make rent. She stops hesitating. A sudden serious look crosses her face. The story didn't have a happy ending. But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? Dying? Okay. Of course, she replies with a smile, but her eyes remain glazed over. She's been waiting for you to leave. Yeah, I'm not really too interested in talking to her right now. Okay, I think we'll go to Frit. Maybe buy a few health items. Maybe see if we can get up to Everard. Let's talk to Kuno S.
Trying to sneak up on me again? Trying to snuff me out? Get away, pig!
Okay. The dice maker. Let's see if she has anything else to say. Oh yeah, light. Nothing else, okay. I love this room and the music in here. Such a contrast to the rest of the whole game. Get out. There we go. Torch, Black Obsidian. But I'll call it, if it's described as a flashlight in a game, I'll call it a flashlight. But IRL, I'd call it a torch. I'll say it as it's written, you know?
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything.
Yeah, give me a few of those. That should do, hopefully. Hey, what's up, Odie? Hey, this dude is still here. Mañana. Bodero stares at you with respect and gestures towards the trinkets of blood adorning your clothes. Hey, Corsair. Danger comes with the Bodero lifestyle, right? He shrugs. There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife. Not bullets. It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true Bodero heart. Right, so where is everyone? Gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out for the time being. You can't help me get inside? No, man, not today. Today is war. What's gonna happen next? Time will tell. He shrugs. I'll tell Evrart you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad. What will you be doing now? I'll be okay here doing lookout. He surveys the red flags draped from the harbor gates. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red, I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any other insane killers turn up. Then I'll run and live. Try not to get shot, eh? I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend. His grin is as wide as a desert. Yeah, so we're not gonna be able to get to Evrart. Guess this door is gonna be locked. Hey, Storm. You're on time. We're about to head to the island now. We're just saying our goodbyes to everyone. Picking up some health items. Hey, Tommy.
My man, you're alive. Almost, kind of, sort of alive.
I've been better. Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. He nods thoughtfully. Had a strong sense of finality to it. So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show. I'm still looking around, loose threads to tie up. Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right? Few questions before I go. I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby. Okay, he seems a little apprehensive. The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing? She slipped away. Oh, good on her. And good on you, too. Better focus your efforts on the bad guys. Mercs and such. Plenty of baddies to go around. And she didn't do it. Believe me. If it's something bad, then she didn't do it. Didn't know her for long, but I know people. He's relieved. Alright. That's enough sharing details about the investigation for one day. Let's put that light away. I love the whole mood here. The morning after all this chaos. Really feels like you know the place. You know, spent so much time in this one small area. Let's go into the pawn shop one more time. Have we solved the case? No.
I see you were wounded in the recent altercation. A speedy recovery to you, officer. Now, what can I do for you?
We'll leave it at that. No, we think the shot that killed the mercenary may have come from an island. Or an islet. Off the coast here. So we're gonna take a boat out and see what we can find. When we went back to Classia's room, she had a note left for us. Telling us that she left and that she still... P.S. I didn't kill him. Assuring us again that she wasn't the killer and that she left a present for us up in her room. We went up in the room and we saw that she had like a thread laid out. Going through the hole in the window, trying to show us where the bullet came from. And she seems to suggest that it came from this island. But if you look at the map, it kind of looks impossible. But I guess we'll see. Guess we'll check in on the church. It'd be rude not to say our goodbyes. Although you'd think we should be coming back here if all goes well. Egghead. I'm gonna miss you, Egghead.
Good morning, comrade! Yeah! Harder car!
Alright, goodbye, Egghead.
Yes, what is it?
Yeah, still didn't learn about the pail. Wait, hold up. Bark beetles. No, it's intentional. Some long forgotten style. I'm gonna miss the hardcore as well. Okay, let's see if we can take this boat.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got shot. Aye, even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen. The woman chuckles to herself. This is no time for jokes. Can't you see I'm in pain? What do you expect? Police officers get put into dangerous situations all the time. Sometimes they get shot. It's a rough trade you're in.
Officer, what happened? You're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
We were shot. Yeah, and he keeps walking around? Yes. Madness, isn't it? She sounds almost disappointed with you. Reprimanding you for falling and hurting your knee. Oh, we've been treated. Yeah. It's not like we just got shot and woke up and started walking around. Not that that would be particularly strange for a video game, but no, we were treated by Kim. Kim has medical experience, and he had a whole, he had his medical kit, and he sorted us out. We were stitched up and all that. I got shot in the foot. It was pretty badass. You would have liked it. You seem angry. Why?
Look at you. You can barely walk.
It's nothing.
Doesn't look like nothing. Looks like you got banged up real good. What happened to you anyway? We heard gunshots from the town. They were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guilaine. It's nothing to be worried about.
You should see the other guys. They're all dead.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. Better than being dead.
I was a killer long before this happened. Scoff in a masculine manner. I was a killer long before this happened.
I've always taken you for one, that's for sure. Not a lot of RCM men who aren't killers.
I got shot in the chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
It's not serious. He'll be okay.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
We need to get to that island. That won't be a problem. It's wind still. And the tar just dried. She points to her skiff next to the jetty. We got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. Can we borrow your boat? If you promise to bring it back. And no scrape in the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. Her eyes narrow. And no joyriding either. Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business. Aye, she nods. Nod along, attentively. The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you. "2 days of sunshine? I just got a bacterial infection." What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binoculars. That's cool. That they added this if you look through the binoculars. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it. Who has been there? My husband used to drink there. Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me. Hundreds, maybe thousands even. She looks around. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do. On barges. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. Which kids? The twins. She points to the 2 kids playing on the concrete yard. God forbid they bring the girl along on a rickety barge. Can we maybe ask your twins about that place? Before we go. Would that be alright? Be my guest. She looks at the boys. They have a strange way of talking. See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do. Is there anything I should know about getting there? Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Right, that means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there. Aye, aye, Captain. 2 days of sunshine. I just got a bacterial infection. I'm sad to hear that. Take care of that with ether, will you? Don't get too many RCM men around here. Be sad to lose the first one. No, we're coming up to the end now, I think. Boogie. That's cool. You boasting your bacterial infection like that. Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then. She nods. Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? I just filled her up, but it's a small tank. Infernix with the 2 years, thank you. Okay, let's talk to the kids. Okay, kids. You've been to that island, right? On that island. The one who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there. That's, nothing. The boy pauses to think with his finger in his mouth. It's just a sea fort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great. And the other one butts in. We make a fire. We make a fire. His brother nods. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets. What then? There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out. Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy. Someone lives on the island? No, the boy answers, shaking his head vehemently. His brother looks at him, then at you. Yes, he says. The lieutenant raises his eyebrows and whips out his notebook. Let's go with yes. Why is he the fire guy? Because the boy pauses to think. Because he asked to put the fire out, the other explains. Why does he ask you to put the fire out? I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes, the other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his side like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights. One of them, it's hard to tell which one now, starts. I don't know. Did you mean there are electrical lights? He points to the street light. Yes. The boy looks at his toes. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there? No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. The other nods. He's been there twice. 2 times. Huh? The first one pauses to think, then comes to some kind of conclusion. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes. Anything else? What does this guy look like? I don't know. They say almost in unison. How come? We ran. We just yelled we shouldn't be there. He just yelled we shouldn't be there. Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he? Our father killed himself. Don't say that. He didn't. His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. A dull pain flashes through your mind. It's okay to kill yourself, you know. I'm gonna blow my brains out. I'm gonna close this one final case and then blam, I'm out of here. Desert dude, how's it going? Well, this is quite the response. Say nothing. I'm sorry, the one says to the other, rubbing his brother's shoulder affectionately. Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? There's a... The boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence. Lights. Bio guy. The lieutenant looks at you. We should check up on that island. Okay. Intriguing. A fire guy. I love it.
Be careful out there. Sea's calm as death.
Off we go. A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Well, a gun would be handy. A gun would be very handy. But don't think that's gonna happen now. Let's do it. Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox. What? What? How else do we blast Sad FM on our way to the island? Fine. He gives you a resigned shrug. Let's blast Sad FM then. Get in and ride to the island. Oh my god, look at Harry.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Oh, yes. Nice. I love when the piano kicked in. I recognized the melody at the beginning, recognized the theme, but couldn't put my finger on where it plays. But it's the theme that plays in the shack, in the fishing village. It plays somewhere else as well, at one other point in the game. I forget where. That was nice. Almost reminded me of Silent Hill 2. When you're coming up to the end of that game, going to the last location on the boat with James. The widow, when you tell her about her husband, yeah. The boat comes to a slow stop. Kim turns the engine off, then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance. There's very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you. Let's go, he whispers. A makeshift bridge. Bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. Hi, PJ. Oh, what is this sound? The rusted chain trails off into the ocean. Oh. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast. This leads to the depot in Land's End. The lieutenant looks at the mechanism overhead. Ah, yes, so it seems. What do you think it was used for? I don't really want to know the answer to that question, PJ. Don't answer that, chat. What do you think it was used for? It feels like we're coming up to the end of the game. Let's just put it like that. Feels like it's the last act. For bringing munitions to the island, maybe? And supplies? You could also lock the bay when you raise the chain. Lock it from whom? From enemies. He looks up ahead. Enemies of the commune of Revachol. This seafort was a revolutionary fortification, I believe. Attention, inflammable. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. Warm air from the inside of the building. It's warmer there than out here. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks on it. ICM. This feels familiar somehow. Kim. What is the ICM? Insulidian Citizens Militia. It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution. Sounds an awful lot like... RCM. Sounds like RCM, Revachol Citizens Militia. It does. Why? The RCM may descend from the ICM. May. It's impossible to say. He looks toward the darkened doorway. It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals. A white star. Point of the star on the label. No. He looks at it. An upside down star. With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune. Are those speck stars too? No. That's the uninhabited archipelago. A DeLorean-era symbol of insulin, known as the face in the sea. Looks old. What's it still doing here? After, he thinks. 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant the Oppressor. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw. The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. A little birch from the coin-operated viewer. Still holding on. Oh, cool. Oh. What a detail. No way to get up there. Stairs are gone. Let me take another look down here. Hold up. These stairs feel ancient. Soldiers' feet ran up them long ago. Tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. Because it feels like it's coming up to the final act, Temp Mind. I really don't know if we'll finish it tonight, but you know, it feels like a final act. This was once an armament rest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Microgrid generator. An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right. The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth. It's cold now, he concludes, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired. Pour fuel into the tank. Nice. When did we get that? So any game planned after this one? No plans really, other than Wonderful 101. I'll definitely be going back to that. But yeah, no, not really. I'll think about that when I'm done with this. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown viscous fluid pours out and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch. The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old war horse before setting down to a rattle. That should do it. Where do these wires lead? He looks at the wall socket. Downstairs somewhere. Tap on the side. The tank is far from full, but there should be enough inside to keep it going for a day. Books. Mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. Survivor's kitchen. You see candles planted on a broken rangefinder. A moth-bitten bed sheet keeps the wind out. Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They're not particularly well organized. Sift through them. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures. Disparate digest. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp, light erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders. Someone's made themselves a home. The lieutenant inspects a soft cover. Does anything stand out as unusual? Might come back to that. FALN Arrower shirt, hand-eye coordination. The FALN training shirt has seen one wash too many. It retains its unusual design. One sleeve short, the other long. But little of its original colors. A giant F swooshes across the chest, now in grey. Hey, what's up, Snake? There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft-cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracool blanket. Someone has been squatting here. The lieutenant inspects the bed. The linen is fresh, recently washed. How recently? You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses. No longer able to hear yourself speak. You know, officer. He looks at you with a touch of concern. You can rest here if you're feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Kim is clipping into me there. Maybe a little shut-eye. Just an hour. Yeah, go on then. You face the concrete wall. There's less light there in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. Curl up with your knees close to your chest. The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sound of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening. Whoa. Oh shit. What time is it? Oh god. Oh Jesus. Where's the UI? Where's the HUD? Oh fuck. Well, that's a turn. I know, where's Kim? We have another picture of Krasmazov here. I'm not even allowed to interact with anything. Maybe this is a dream. This is probably a dream. Don't say anything, chat. The lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. I'm not allowed to go back there. The door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Okay. I feel like there should be a door to interact with here. I can't interact with anything. Ah, over here, okay. I just thought we had to go back where we came from. Oh shit. Oh my god. This music. This is a dream. This is our dream music. This is our ancient reptilian brain music. Go down to the chain. There's something there. Oh my god. Walk into the water now. You see her footprints on the water. Further. Whoa. Oh my god. Dolores Day, I was gonna say. Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state, turns around to face you. She has an airship bag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay. Don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. Westworld reference? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Hey.
Hey.
Hey, that's all I get?
I mean, hey to you too?
Pretty sure that's his wife's voice from the phone call. I figured she was going to symbolize her wife here as his wife here as well. Because he kind of looked at the stained glass depiction of her as his wife earlier on in one of those church scenes. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. How are you doing, Harry?
I'm in my head. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
She stares at her feet. Zebra stripes on the intersection. The lights of the video rental glow in her hair. Oh, the video rental, yeah, of course. is everything I always warned you about. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there. In Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
What's in the bag?
Just my scepter. My globe cruciger. A spare silk gown. A toothbrush. Travel documents. The crown of immortality.
Cool. Crown of immortality. Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this?
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then over her shoulder. Silence. Her nuptial gown flows in the wind, wraps around her holy body.
Anyway.
Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown. Your skin is holy and soft.
No, Harry. It's just regular skin. I'm not as beautiful as you always thought I was. Let's not get into it.
You are. None of the others are as beautiful as you. She doesn't answer. There's that expression again. Silence. A distant wind blows. You can't think of anything pretty to say. Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive, epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I don't want a massive, epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't fool us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now. I know you still love me. Kiss her. Mass murderer. You're not even human. That's cool. Calling back to the Dolores Day backstory. Well, it seems like we have a good shot here. Go for it. With your feet trembling from the steps you took, tepid and fearful, You stand against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She's not kissing you back. But I succeeded. I feel her breath. I feel her breath. Her chest rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. But I succeeded. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. Her cheek against mine feels like soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious material, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take. Cold silver against my forehead. Cold silver against my forehead. Delicate wreath on her forehead, pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. Squeeze her wrist. Her hand does not return the grip. Her body is rigid. A current of unease courses through it. Distrust for you. The curve of her spine, her shoulders hunched. She keeps herself stiff, her center guarded from your motions, unresponsive to your guidance. Move your mouth. Nothing. Just pillows against you. Unresponsive, but for the taste of apricots. You're not kissing me back. The moment is ending. She's going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held onto her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I've no words for how I failed you. You didn't kiss me back. She breathes out heavily, as if something painful has passed through her, and shakes her head. Nico, you're killing my vibe here. I thought you would. I know you still love me. You can't not. She shakes her head one more time. The evening wind rustles her hair, blowing old newspapers and fast wood wrappings down the street. Why didn't you kiss me back? Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you. Oh, man. That's it then. No, Harry, not yet. There's one more thing you have to see. She slides her hands down her chest and onto her lower stomach and smiles. I'm pregnant. Is it mine? It's not mine. Of course not. She looks down at her belly, then up into your old eyes. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? Poverty-stricken fuck. Jesus. Now go ahead. She wipes her palms into the silk of her gown. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else. No, this has to end. Do the last one. Go to number 7. Get out of here. But that's not a very good way for things to be. It's not, but she looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good. I don't know why I said but. There is no but. That's it? That's it, yes. She looks up from her toes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it, just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again. I'm not getting over it at all. It just takes some time. For you, I think it will take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me too, you know. I used to think I couldn't live without you. She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green. But I can't. Jesus. It's not. It's just not possible. It's like eating rocks. You just can't do it. "20 years? That's so much time." Yes, it only took me 1 year, maybe 2. She smiles and wipes her brow in relief. Ooh. So you felt that way once? That you can't live without me? Yes, but that time is gone now. So very gone. With all my strength, I can't. It's like eating rocks. There's a silence. She looks at you, and over her shoulder, and corrects the wreath on the dome of her forehead. As you talk, it feels like chewing on gravel, granite, steel bars. Doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again. No, Harry, we can't. Why? We already tried again, and it didn't work. Let's try building communism twice. If it doesn't work, let's abandon it and be slaves forever instead. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better. I don't know. Please. She shuffles from one golden sandal foot to the other. In the distance, a streetcar screeches. Why? Why can't we be together? Harry, we can't be together because you're insane. Her eyes turn to sorrowful ovals. She avoids turning them to you. Insane how? Insane like what? Like cool insane? Like wow, that cop's crazy. I'm not insane, don't say that. I'm the sanest person I know. Insane how? They're turning moist now, her eyes. She slowly shakes her head and tries to get a hold of herself, brushing her hands in her gown. What do you mean by insane? You know what I mean. Everyone gets a little down. A little down. You've worked there for so long you can't even talk like a normal person anymore. It's always lists with you. Questions. Questions. Did someone say questions? I don't have lists. They're not lists, they're trees. This is another one, isn't it? We're in a tree right now. Yes, but it's not possible to talk without trees. It's not just the lists or trees or whatever. She corrects the wreath on her head. With her hands trembling now. You get sad, Harry. Too sad. People can't get that sad. It's impossible to watch. Other people get sad too, but not like you. You stay down for years, and then you start beating things. You get violent. In conclusion, you're ill. You're an old, insane man, and you have to be in hell until the end of your life, and I have to go to Morova. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day. I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day? She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're the ex something. I've heard your voice before. You're the voice on the phone. Oh, Harry. You shouldn't have done that. She shakes her head very slowly. Her hair, her white hair brushing her shoulders. Do what? Call me like that. You ruined it. There was still a chance. You should have waited longer. She would have called you instead. Another fantasy from suggestion there. I know, you would have called me yourself if I just let you. I was too impatient. Oh, Harry. Do you really think so? We haven't talked in years. I don't want to call you. I don't want to hear from you. I think of you less and less every year. Weeks go by without me remembering you. Months already. Soon it'll be years. Every season that passes, the lights get less clear. I sit there in Morova, in the holy gratitude of my bliss. I put my hand on my belly and smile. The air gets cold around you. The air gets cold around you. This isn't quoting her now. She looks down on her stomach, then up at you. Her eyes are full of tremendous distance and mystery. Black-eyed dogs wander the alleys. Apple trees hang their bony limbs low over the patchwork of roofs, red and black. Revachol West, the evening sun. She's left and bloomed, far away from us, our vast soul. Logic, your name. Oh wow, we can actually learn what her name is here, I guess. Let's go for it. Means pain. You're the symbol of pain. Great. Now I'm the symbol of pain. The smile immediately disappears from her face. The air remains just as cold. You're the X something. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing. You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. She keeps glancing over her shoulder nervously. I haven't even bought the tickets yet. We all told you. Everyone warned you. Shut up, I'm talking to her. Who? Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I should have gone even deeper, to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. Great, she nods. It's the abyss of the void. Soon it'll be the gloaming, then it'll be the world ending. My friends are waiting for me on the platform, Harry. It's impolite to... This is so grotesque. It is. Useless. The evening wind blows in as she says the words. Her gown wraps around her like a white flag. 1,000 times you've beaten animal. 1,000 times you've raised that fabric. What is underneath has always calmed you, centered you, made you sane. In your mind, you could still climb inside her bed. Still the only man. You're the morning. The morning. I don't understand. No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving. Oh, she said mourning there. I'm grieving. But you're not even dead. Oh my God, Harry. Stop. I don't want to hear anything about the mourning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old. I'm 32. People my age aren't supposed to mourn. She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insolent, and nothing else. Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I'm the ruler of the known world. She pulls up the silvery sleeve of her gown to check the time. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry. A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrist. I bought you this figurine of a headless FALN rider. Give it to her. I don't want it. She doesn't take it. It looks expensive. I don't want it. I thought you liked figurines. I thought the figurines were for getting you back. That's not what the figurines do, Harry. Then the figurines don't do anything. She looks at the headless FALN rider between your fingers and doesn't know what to say. The figurines don't do anything? Anything at all? But I thought the historic figure, she liked war games and figurines. Yes, I thought it would be good. A form of communication where words have failed. Yes. It was a good idea, but she felt obliged by the headless FALN rider to give you things in return. Things she no longer wants to give you. So she refused. That's how it goes. Her figurine idea was naive. What about dice? I had some custom dice made in this place. A doomed commercial area. Harry, I don't want things. I want to go to the aerodrome. Okay, I won't give you things then. I didn't ask for things. It's too late to give me anything. I would have liked the headless FALN rider back then. But you said I have a vast soul, and you will always come back to it. We both said a lot of things. We were very young. That's where the vast soul line came from, huh? That's one of the first things you say at the start of the game when you meet Garte for the first time. You get to describe the size of your soul. It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender, long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things. Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork. Oh, I guess it was in the letter as well. I don't remember it from the letter. As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters. She brushes a strand of white hair out her eye. I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a trip down memory lane. Start reciting. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying you'll always come back to me. That you can't believe how happy you are with me. Start reciting. Please, Harry, I just don't have time for this. Take out the letter and read. Every morning when I step outside and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows, till by the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step on the light rail and look back. Something something bow collector. I know it will be like this till I walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul. And I will always, always, always come back to it. Okay, stop. Yes, she surrenders. Are you happy now? It's a good thing I'm already passed out and bleeding this time. Otherwise, I'd pass out again. No, I'm not happy. She sighs in frustration. Then why are you doing this? There's more. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Very well, she sighs. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road, it was autumn, the first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I'm no longer that person. This, she points to herself, has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind. The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips. It was cool. So I guess this is where, you know, all of these answers stem from. You know how, like, so, as you're playing the game, you'll regularly have these options with Harry to respond like you're a badass. You know, I'm fucking super cop. I'm fucking cool, you know? And it all stems from how she used to see him. Trying to live up to this idealized version of himself. The man that she used to be in love with. It was cool. The coolest. She closes her eyes. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop. I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it at least. You were my first kiss. My first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything anymore. Ticket stub. Fuck. I meant to press a ticket stub there. What did I pick by mistake? Can't you turn back to the person you were? I can see her in you. Under the gown and that wreath. And my crown of immortality? No. She shakes her head. You scared her out of me. With your crying. She stops. That awful time we wound up having, in the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people. A ticket stub. Yes, let's talk about that too. She nods. Let's bring it up. The zoo in Le Jardin. The day we went east of the river. To the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face. The octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think. Were we there now, you could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything. Go. She shakes her head. Virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. Voyager Road. I know that place. Where is it? It's here, Harry. She looks around. We're on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. A house. There. She points across the water into the darkness. You couldn't pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia. My parents' money. It was no good. Surely the alcohol didn't help either. Were we drinking? She looks at her toenails sticking out from under the gown. Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a queen regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability. See, if you drank with her, you'd be cool again. If you drank with her, you could have sex on alcohol. On alcohol. What now? What happens now? What's the next thing we talk about? Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we've already talked about. Talk about it again. She looks over her shoulder. If you don't feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. Mass murderer? That is very contested by modern historians. She tramples her little feet for warmth and adds, very contested. Plus, you're only saying these things because it didn't work out between us. I have to go to the aerodrome now. I don't have time to defend myself from these accusations. Stop making her angry. She won't start loving you again if you call her a mass murderer. Seriously. Would you say you haven't behaved like a mass murderer with me? You were very bad to me, too. She stops. We've talked about it like 7 million times now. I don't want to do that anymore. You're not even human. She shakes her head. I am actually very ordinary, Harry. Below this gown and wreath, I have an ordinary soul and ordinary thoughts. The only thing inhuman about me is this. She looks around. This thing you've made me into. I'm sorry for saying so, but I just hate it. What is this? This is so far gone, Harry. I don't even... Oh, man. No, you're special. You had glowing lungs. I love this. The Harry has built her up as this figure akin to Dolores Day. This godly deity. No, you're special. You had glowing lungs. My lungs do not glow, Harry. I'm just like all the others. None of us have glowing lungs. Stop making me into some kind of... Then it's you. You will make her lungs glow. Your pain is not meaningless. I forgive you that you're pregnant. I can deal with it. Just... Then I will make you different. What have I missed? I have no idea what's happening. We're having a dream now where Harry is talking to his wife. But his wife is taking on the appearance of Dolores Day. Because that's how, you know, Harry has obviously built up this idealized fantasy of her. And Yeah. Projecting Dolores Day and all her godliness onto her. You're right, you don't have glowing lungs. You don't deserve them. Then I will make you different. I will make your lungs glow. I will make you last forever. Oh, Harry, there is only one way for humans to last forever. And you did not do that to me. She shakes her head. A warm gust of wraps her gown. Wait, what? A warm gust? Warm gust of wind, I guess. Warm gust of wind wraps her gown around her waist and between her thighs. All the roads will miss her footsteps when she's gone from here. A completely different world. I miss you so much. It will pass. The gown moves on her limbs like water. Everything does. Don't go. I have to, Harry. Really, I've missed the 8:30. Her fingers wrap around the bag handle. I'm gonna go now. You've sworn a holy oath, Harry. She herself begged you not to let her go. Wait, can't we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria on the corner. No. That would only be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragicomedy. Hold on. What are you going to do in Morova? Light, life, culture. So much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again, not this. Not what you made me into. But I swore I wouldn't let you go. You told me. You asked me to be this way. That was someone else. I betrayed her, overrode her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. Time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. She turns. No. Yes. Will we ever see again? I won't see you, but you will see me. How can that be? Oh, Harry, this is a dream, can't you see? I'm already in Morova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? She looks around. A year? 2? 5 years ago? How will I see you again then? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week. At least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time so long ago. But this is intolerably bad. Oh yes. This is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow. You're up quick. How was your sleep? How long were we asleep for? Actually. Was that like 2 hours? I think we went to bed at like 11. Yeah, man, that was great. Let's solve the fucking case. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. I was stressing a bit on whether you're gonna take the nap. Yeah, I guess you can miss that scene entirely if you don't take the nap. Yeah, man, that was some real and tragic shit right there. I really enjoyed that moment where she talked about how cool he was. You know, because we saw Dolores as, you know, the idealized fantasy of his wife that he built up in his mind. And the cool super cop is like her idealized version of him when she was young and in love with him. Her first love. And she had an abortion with his kids. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb the entire island, centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Badass super cop and ethereal goddess, yeah. Funnily enough, when I first saw her there, I thought of Dolores. I didn't think of his wife. You know, before we started the conversation, I just thought to myself, that's Dolores Day. Even though it didn't really look exactly like her, I didn't think it looked like her. I was just like, I have a feeling we're going to be talking to Dolores here. And, you know, I was saying, I'm not sure if I said it earlier today or yesterday, but I was talking about how about how he sort of looked at Dolores as his wife, or I thought that was the case anyway. I can't remember how overt it was at the time when we first learned the backstory. But yeah, I remember thinking that anyway, that, you know, she's supposed to be this symbol of his, she's supposed to symbolize his wife. You used her portrait on Twitter yesterday. I was confused. Yeah, well, it was just a picture I wanted to use. I liked the portrait. There was no real meaning behind it. I was just looking for an image from the game that I liked. Guess it would have been more suitable today. I just went with the two boys today. I thought that'd be suitable for the ending as well. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. He frowns. I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have. Was it a dream? No, an ex-wife dream. Fuck it. Yeah, about the job. There was one line that I really enjoyed there. What was it? When she said, I was never as beautiful as you made me out to be, or something. I wasn't as beautiful as you thought I was. Something about that. Very sad. Poor Harry. He frowns. I did not want to wake you. Perhaps I should have. Was it a job dream? No, an ex-wife dream. The lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome. Oh, this is the first time it appears. Oh, really? Huh, I guess I didn't see it then. I guess I just thought I did, because I guess the stained glass picture looks similar. You know, I remember just Googling Dolores Day images. And I guess that was the first one. Thankfully, I didn't see the scene anywhere. I guess I could have spoiled it for myself easily. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're badass like that. Man, I love this now. These fucking options have been completely recontextualized. Harry. Let's solve the fucking case. Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around, then you bolted up, halfway covered in blood from your wounds. My sleep was deep and invigorating. Desperately try to cover up all the blood seeping out with your hands. Of course. I was just thinking, maybe you've torn your stitches? Are you ready to move on? Let's comb the entire island centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Okay, he replies simply. He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep. Okay. Army surplus winter scarf +2 empathy. Let's see if we can pass this. $28. Fuck it. Go for it. Oh, yes! My thoughts exactly, conceptualization. Oh, yes. Under the bed, there is a rather extensive collection of critical theory. That is, dour, life non-affirming left-wing literature. Published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Usia. It's not exactly light reading. Look, Kim, powerful communist theory. Rigorous and truthful. Look, Kim, deranged commie ranting. Look, Kim, downbeat dribble for people who can't get shit done. Look, Kim, a book. Left wing. I have no comments, do you? Look, Kim, deranged commie ranting. Lucia. He enunciates the words diligently. I agree. Humanitarian sciences. It stands out. Not a lot of critical theory around in Revachol West. Wasn't there some in the communist students' room? A student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well. Well, yes, that one student did. The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them. Critical theory books. What do you think this means? Whoever has lived here, they may have some education and a certain set of interests. Okay. This great blast door must weigh over 10 tons. Rust peels off it. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There's a conventional keyhole above the handle. It's very small. What's on the other side? Another part of the island, probably. The lieutenant looks into the keyhole. The lock looks like it could still be usable. How do we open this? He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock. Maybe this is the one of the doors we don't open. He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs under the ceiling. It must control the blast door. You're right. We open the big one. Do you see controls anywhere? I think there's a console just southeast. He shuffles his feet to stay warm. Let's look around. Getting the blast door open seems like the best plan. This hatch is jammed shut. Water rushes below, far down below. Felled insular console. Green paint flakes off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. Run your fingers across the keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades. What is this then? The console of an antique computation device. The lieutenant points to the wires running into the machine. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here. Could this open the blast door? I think yes. Let's see. He points to the emergency dial switch. That one. The emergency open. Turn emergency open. Slide radio dial. Emergency open. blast door opens with a series of clicks. A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in. A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl. After you, the lieutenant gestures at the opening. I'm scared. Don't be. He takes out his sidearm, checks the barrel, and holsters it again. I have a gun. I don't have a gun. Extra good that I do. What's there? I don't know. A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up and dies down again. Let's go. Let me just check the door here. Hey there, AJ. Aja Panizaman, however I pronounce your name. A firing slit. You can't see inside. Oh, a Japanese man. Okay. It must have been a district hit to take out such a huge chunk. AJ, a Japanese man. That's good. The distant sound of cargo ships. Signal horns echo on the water. Fucking capitalize your letters, would you? Capitalize your words. Yeah, he's AJ from now on. The reeds sway strangely. No, it's nothing. The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. A strange feeling, looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea. Leave it all and walk in. With a bottle in your hand. A bottle in my hand? Always. Why? Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you. Where it has always been. Baby, you know it's gonna hurt. But it's cold. Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth. Yes, please. No, 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 no. Yes, 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 yes. Raise your sight. In the snowing mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks, too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts like stepping stones lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long. Shake your head. What did you miss, Buggy? A lengthy dream sequence where we spoke to our wife, taking the form of Dolores Day. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince. Then you continue. The inside of the fortress. You make out the console and the blast door. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet newly stocked with druamine. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall. This looks like a good place to aim from. The lieutenant looks around. He steps closer with his hand on his gun. Inspect the mattress. A single-person mattress. Modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns. And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Pick one out of the can. The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tiumatiri, or however the hell I pronounce it. AJ Panese men. I saw the same brand of cigarettes extinguished in Land's End. I sound depressed? I'm sorry, yeah, I'm just reading. Why, do I sound different how I normally sound when I read the text? No, I'm just casually reading it. I'm trying to remember, I feel like it's just how I sound when I read it, when I read while in thought, you know? I don't feel particularly depressed. But I guess the game can be pretty exhausting and melancholic, so I'm sure that has an effect. Yeah, I remember finding these cigarettes. But I figured I didn't think this was a particularly big detail here, because I thought we found a few packets of those cigarettes on our journey. But yeah, I guess this is an important detail. I saw the same brand of cigarettes extinguished in Land's End. Could be a coincidence, or the same person has visited Land's End and he looks around here. I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot. Inspect the wall. Storm. There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Touch the concrete first. Quite old and grimy from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. Look through the hole in the concrete. The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of the Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar. On the left, a towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside Apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A, 33B. On the right, the red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags. Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10, the doomed commercial area. And between the two, the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop, the upstairs window of Classia's room in the snow, reflecting light. Motherfucker. What does that mean? Do you have line of sight to the window? Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. You can see to the roof. I can see it, he nods. Through the scope of a rifle. The shooter would be prone, lying on the mattress. Barrel resting on the embrasure. Cheek against the cheek rest. Hand on the hair trigger. On a calm day like this. Kim, I could make it. I could make the shot. I don't want to boast. I could make the shot. Good. He pats you on the back. 3 small pats in a row. I think we have it, Detective. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest. Oh. Finally. In our defense, nothing pointed here. Many, many leads pointed elsewhere. 7 people are dead. We could have prevented it. Oh. Don't beat yourself up, officer. We did not put guns in their hands, or get them drunk. The lieutenant pauses. Regret comes over him. He looks north, over the fortification, then adds, "We will make up for it. Here. I feel it." Could the shooter still be here? Where? He looks behind his back. In Martinez. On this island. He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says, he feels uncomfortable suddenly. We should move. Now. Did we get anything else here? Did we check everything here? Fuel canister. Nice. You feel eyes on your back. Someone's watching, but you can't say where. Oh God. Fuck. We could have found out more about this La Puta Madre shit if we called the station. Ah. We'll have to do that some other time. Yeah, I didn't check my notes earlier. I just walked around town and spoke to everyone. I never looked at my notes. So hold on, let me go back up here now that I have more fuel. I'll definitely be playing it again, Winter. Maybe I should have held on to it, I don't know. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Fuck. Okay, let's actually walk slow this time. Part of me wonders if we could have crept up on Ruby if we walked, because she heard us. Small white flowers blossom all around you. A rubber dinghy is deflated, broken. Oh, fuck. There he is. There he is, holding his rifle. Guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. Give me a minute. When I get back, we'll talk to him. Okay. I'm back. Scion, I can't remember if I thanked you for your 26 months earlier, if you're still there. Thank you. Okay. The fireman. The deserter. An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth and spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything. Are you the fire guy?
The what now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell 2 kids to put out their fire? 2 twins.
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around trying to give up the position. Fire guy, regressive bourgeoisie henchman, can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight, yes, helps me see all this shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his left side. His right side remains motionless. Did you close the blast door?
I did.
He breathes out.
Opened it.
Oh.
How?
I fueled the generator, then used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
He shakes his head. How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music playing on the water.
Guess we shouldn't have blasted fucking Sad FM. Worth it. Reactionary rock and roll music.
Told you we shouldn't play Sad FM.
No, but did you really, Kim? But you didn't say that, Kim.
I did.
I don't remember him saying that. Maybe he did. It was not rock and roll. It was Sad FM. It wasn't reactionary. It was cool. It was Sad FM.
Sad FM, huh? I always hated that station. Phlegmatic, counter-revolutionary dirges. Sadness is a mental illness, a weapon of the bourgeoisie. The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip, gyrating mental illness music.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice, it's a piece of shit. Gets the job done.
Is that a Bell Magrave?
It's a Trigon 446.
A Samaran rifle? How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
Pats the rifle. It has stayed true to him. he can still make it sing. The Hizin Yao commune?
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from a board.
His gaze turns inward. Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move.
No.
The lieutenant aims his pistol square at the man's head and says,
Put it down now, sir.
Or you're going to blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there, like an amputated limb in the sand. Pick up the gun lying in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand, frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Still warm from his parched hands. Not the metal. The metal is ice cold. This weapon has been modified several times. Inspect it closer. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm made of walnut. On the butt you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong 4.46mm, made in Hizin Yao. It's as he said, it's a Triangong, made in Hizin Yao. Worn, personalized even. Looks like this weapon has seen a lot of use, hasn't it, sir? No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind. This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46. Jacketed, military-grade ammunition. Stable in flight. Good for hitting something that's very, very far away. He says, mostly to the old man. As he speaks, he stresses every word. He's liking this. The rifle has been patched and modified several times. I wonder how old it is. The old man does not answer. He just stares in front of him. Stow the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His left arm twitches suddenly. Who are you? My name? He looks across the water, then back at you. Is Josef Lilianovich Gross, political commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender. His eyes turn to the reeds again, dead and dull. Commune of Revachol. The lieutenant forgets to close his mouth. Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the Insulidian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Aérien, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. How long have you been on this island? 43 years. No. He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs. I've been on other islands too. I was on Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was, he thinks, 22 years ago. Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years. 43 and 10 months. That's insane. That's steadfast. I don't even know what that is. It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to. He grimaces, clearly in pain. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw. What have you been doing during all this time? Hiding, fishing, waiting. He looks across the water. For the afternoon grows late. En Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers. Men, women, children. Street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Altocumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. 2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean Vicmaire inspects a series of burnt black letters splashed across the plaza mosaic. Oh, they're there. Patrol officer Judy Mignot points west. The fishing village. She glances her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk. The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smoldering. One day, it says, I will return to your side. Always waiting. The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what? For her to return. Her. Who? Girl-child revolution. Girl-child revolution. Always. I'm afraid she's gone. She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics. I'm afraid she's gone. He nods and blinks his black eyes. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. You said you deserted your unit. I was just 16 years old. 15 when I was volunteered. I just had a lapse of faith. He clears his throat, and of courage too. Lapse of faith. You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took. For what? For reaction to take hold. What reaction? Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible to be afraid. And this was when the lieutenant instinctively looks to his notebook, but does not take it out. May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. He looks north. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky, and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. And they started shelling it. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. Dark magic. The combined might of the international capital, all at once. All the greed and terror in the world tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower. He gestures toward it. Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in ozone, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. He looks east. Terrible shame still within him. The lobes of his ears are red with it. Shame and smallness of what he became. You didn't go to the map room? No, I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers there, like the weakest of the weak. A mouse. Frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirling. He looks at the sky. What was that? Airships. I climbed out. He closes his eyes. Into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too. Shattered. It all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. He opens his eyes and stares right through you. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Some kind of great terror. Worse than you've ever seen. Seen what? The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone. Everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off, just for 1 second, to do the deed. I'm kind of glancing at the chat here. Are you guys talking about Metal Gear or something? I'm a bit confused. Anyway, I'll just focus on the reading, I think. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. Silent for a second. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. The old man falls silent. His black eyes keep piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place? This island? It's not an island. Drotte? He looks around. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol, and I am its last surviving defender. What was it used for? The congenitally deformed King Philippe II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. He captured it in 02. Retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing, against the whole world. You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol? Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. He winces. I later found out on the radio. They called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. First, I'm not one of them. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Murderers. I know what you mean. You don't know. You haven't seen it. He shakes his head slowly. Iblis. The black-eyed angel, he nods. How have you survived all this time? How does anyone survive? He looks at his worn running shoes. I steal. That's a choice. You could have become self-employed. Create the system. What do you steal? Supplies. Vegetables. He winces. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being. He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly. How is your health, Mr. Droz? I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red like beer root. Been passing it in stool, too. The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over. I need to die. Droll's smile stretches across his mouth. You don't have medical facilities, you have guns. That's all they give you, toy guns. You also have Druamine. We have Druamine. And other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. I have been running out of that stuff. There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he's addicted to painkillers by now. You like that Druamine, don't you? It's the little joys. A crooked smile appears on his face. A dark joke. A sunshiny day. Morphine. This is a serious situation. We need to be looked over. And we can do it. There's nothing to look over. The Tri-Age is in and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund. How have you coped mentally? I haven't. I have holes in my brain, years missing, others filled with pain only. A decade of his eyes roll into his skull and back. I don't even know what. Inferno? Nod appreciatively. I also live in hell. At least you know it. He nods toward Martinez. The traitors of this city turned the lights back on in the 30s, after the fighting stopped. Ruins glittering in the dark, like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting. He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on? How have you concealed yourself all these years? It was hard in the tens. He shakes his head. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. He closes his eyes. Floodlights on the water at night. There were posters, campaigns. We communards still hoped that they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Coal City were turned to dust. He looks south. But Jamrock, Faubourg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Mazov coursing through their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. They were cells. I tried to contact them. He shakes his head. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies dead. How did you get between here and the mainland? At night, I used a dinghy. He nods toward the deflated tire in the reeds. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too, they'd start snitching. In the city, you move underground. From bunker to bunker, he nods. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted. He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals. Does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing. The weapon cache under Sanga's Lane 22B. Point to it. In the basement. Have you been there? He looks at you, then pulls the raincoat tighter around his neck. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Belmer Graves, right? They were. Useless now, rusted away. So you've been there? Sleeping. He coughs. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chambers, however. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? The propaganda bunker? He coughs. I used to, but not anymore. Propaganda bunker? They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys. Killed themselves. A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. He stares at the ruins of the Feld building. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins on the ground. One more question. Do you smoke Teomatiri cigarettes? I do. He coughs. Ever smoked them on the mainland? They're good. He nods. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack too. Reminds me of the last century. Tell me another thing. You said this is your termless surrender. You're with the RCM. He waves in your general direction. A coalition-appointed mob that enforced bourgeois morals in Revachol. We're not coalition-appointed. We just try to help people. He stares at you coldly. You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste du Insolent. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I've relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity. His hand shakes and he breaks into a coffin fit. Spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. So you're a communist soldier in the communist army. No, I'm not a soldier. I'm an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army. And you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps. Trained, he nods, in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissar by the party. These things used to mean something. Wait, what does a political commissar do? The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs. The lieutenant speaks softly. His job was to assure the army answers to civilian control and follows the ideology of the commune. Scientific communism. The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. A commissionnaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human. Awakened from shutdown by the promise of ideology. He was like a cleric, a shepherd. So you were like a priest. No, he shakes his head. The opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past. That means you're a trained communist, right? He nods slowly, then another tremor. I'm a moralist. I'm a revolutionary too. Today, the real revolutionizing is done by entrepreneurs. He looks away to the sea and lets out a cough. I have another serious question for you. Assess his body language. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain or the cough or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hidden in the urban wild, surprisingly okay. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. Animated by what? It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost, too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Dementia? You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they're lucid, keen even, not senile. Is it some kind of substance damage? Like he's addicted to something? Not only the painkillers he's clearly on. Mr. Droz, are you on some kind of a psychoactive substance? No. He snaps out of staring through you. I won't be stuffed full of shit like the rest of this city. You say you take painkillers. The lieutenant follows your lead. I take them to cope with pain. The people of this city use painkillers because they have pain. Untreated illnesses, not enough money for a greedy doctor. It's not a downer, rather an upper, judging by his snaps. Are you on amphetamines? Like some kind of decadent rock star? He doesn't dignify it with more of an answer. Mr. Droz, are you okay? How's your memory? He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood and I'm surrounded by insane people. There it is again. Erratic hand motions. Bouts of rage. And the stomach thing too, of course. Could it be a symptom of overdosing on something? Something even you have not tried. Something even you have not tried. Keep your eyes peeled. What have you been using this gun for? I've used it for killing people. Here we go. Trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too. Killing people? It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism. Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people. Interesting. The lieutenant nods. During or after the war? There is no after the war. He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black. Class war is never over. That is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while, but what? This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up, remember? He wants to tell you. Get personal. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped? What did I just say? He keeps shaking his head, erratically suddenly. He brushes something out of his eye. Oh no, you were wrong. Don't listen to your hands, for God's sake. You're too close. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of a security contractor, Krenel? The who now? He leans in and cups his ear. The corpse in ceramic armor, hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? Oh yes, that one. He looks up the sky and clacks his tongue. Ugly piece of work, that boy. Did you kill him? The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him. I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. He spits a big one at the lieutenant's feet. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime. The gun, the murder weapon, is the perfect opener. The scent of blood in the air. What else? There was something you can't remember. We've done the ballistics. The shot came from this island. I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. A jitter passes him. Did you like the view? You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top faller to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession. The lieutenant softens his voice. You've been here a long time, Mr. Droz. Too long. You need medical aid. I'm ready to die. The man interrupts him, then coughs. I've done my part. It's the best uninterrupted line of sight into that window in all of Martinez. Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gouch is right. You have worms in your brain. Another sudden twitch, then one more, one in his right eye. Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments, anything. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of your head. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Classia's roof. Oh yes. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. And Maybells on Classia's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust and the secret space behind Classia's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. Of course. Thank you, Head. Thank you. You got it. Remember, those boot prints were like no modern soul. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. He looks at his running shoes, covered in mud. Some shit. Show me the soles, please, Mr. Droz. Fucking imbecile. The old man stretches out his leg. The black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet. The maker is called Sansarik. You see their V-shaped logo, but can't make out the size. The size fits, but not the sole. The lieutenant leans in to inspect. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that. Simpler. No. This is another loose thread you will never connect. Should have... Actually, we could only afford 1 point anyway. Or rather, it would only take one. It was maxed out then. Goddamn footprints everywhere. I hate them. The lieutenant raises his brow. What are you doing? He's thinking. We almost got him here. What do we do now? We're not getting these prints to match. People change shoes, detective. He turns to the old man. It was you. You was there, weren't you? Crawling and whirling in rags. He leans closer. What were you doing? Some kind of reconnaissance? Preparing the scene? Listening in on her? Trying to rack your brains. He squints at him, eyes gleaming with hatred. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They must have really loved that dead fuck. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silence suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind, seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack, but you need a little more. May bells behind the victim's window. I saw them growing here. Damn May bells. He looks at the blossoming field. The whole island is turning white with them. He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. A strange mood swing. So many this year, too. Spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. Oh yeah, Poda? I didn't know that. Are you sure? I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinez, only here. They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. He looks to the water. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it. South, the Bay of Martinez is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green with white flowers and white snow. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with. It's true for endurance and volition, okay. You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. The lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops? I may. Curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Klasia. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window. Klasia. You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary. With the victim. He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, spasm. There's a small tremble. Looks like a smile, a crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the triangle on 446. Fuck. Seems like we're out of things to say. Hold on. Back off for a moment. Tell me this. One more time, Mr. Droz, the Colonel. We need to talk about you killing him. Fuck it, I guess we'll go for this. Whatever this'll do. Ha. Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there? It's a real gun, he points at the lieutenant's sidearm. Not like your musketeer pistols. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you a real weapon? He chortles. Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns. Of course you got those boys killed. Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. We saved a lot of them. Elaine, that musician, we handled it. Like fuck you did. I watched it happen. You let those beasts rip right into them. You got that girl killed like it was nothing. None of those people mean anything to you. The vultures feed on this city and you prepare the meal for them. So you watched the fight? The lieutenant points inland. Did you like what you saw? The mayhem? It was all your doing, your plan. You got them killed. You don't know anything. A twitch runs across the left side of his face as he stares the lieutenant down. Stop changing the subject. We have the murder weapon. You know what? The lieutenant looks at it. The weapon. Demonstratively. You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it? Dramatically asked. You think we have the murder weapon? 446 jacketed ammunition. Modified for range. He lists. We have it. This is it. I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. Good. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line. This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer. Murder. The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and then twitches once more. He suddenly jerks to life. You know who he was. Coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood. He was a soldier, too. He was a man. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. He breathes in with strange animation. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. He looks you dead in the eye, pupils shaking. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds. He breathes through flared nostrils. So you killed him. Oh, the inhumanity. He closes his black eyes. One paramilitary less in Revachol. You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger. The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. It does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling. While the lieutenant listens, holding his breath. Just nod. I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them. In phase. And I pulled the trigger. and flew on the air until I landed it in his mouth. He begins to smile. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death and that stupid look on his face. The smile quivers, and his dick still in her. Then what? Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were May bells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own, and so they did. The lieutenant just looks at him for 1, maybe 2 seconds, then breaks the silence. Mr. Dro, are you aware you're confessing to murder? Yes. A single word is all he gives. The lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly, and you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him. The old man nods. Why? Because that's what they were doing. He shrugs and smacks his lips. I don't understand. He turns to you. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part. Why were you looking at them that night? I'm always looking. He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eye to the city. Another tremor passes his left side, lower in intensity. Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? He explains. I'm just trying to understand. A rifle's scope has the best magnification. Helps him see all the shit. And if you don't like it, click. It's part of the shit, you see. Then you pull the trigger. Yes. He looks the lieutenant in the eye. Think of it as a form of critique. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Them fucking. He looks at the charred wood. I didn't like that. So you were jealous? Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted her to see his head explode. He nods. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd been there for 1 more second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. He squints. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But he shrugs. You can't have everything. He wants to see her covered in blood, to punish her. How long had you been watching her? Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving. Interesting. Past the Feld building on the coast. What was she doing there? The passport and information. Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up on the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her. Smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. and beautiful. And beautiful. That too, he nods. How could you see what she looked like? You said it was dark. The sun came up. Her hair was like cobwebs. She smoked more fags and snorted a line of whatever shit she was on. Right there. He shakes his head. She needed it just to move. What do you think she hid there? Her passport and tickets to Villers. He coughs. And from there to Casherbrew. This is the hidden Bowie she told us about. You looked into it? He nods. After she was gone. Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it was empty. No, why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do it better. Are you sure? We checked the submersible. There was nothing there. He looks to the reeds, confused. Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers. Strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system. Moving on. Did you continue watching her after this? I did. He almost smiles. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks. And a body, hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. He nods. A spook, on the run. Revishal's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here, to do drugs and have sex like animals. You could tell she was a spook from the documents. She had different color hair on the photo, and glasses. Forged, some sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. How did you see all this? The bruises, that she was beaten. I'm not blind, am I? He shakes his silver head. Reaction speed. How does he know those minute details about her body? It quickly comes to you. The bruises on her body. Any chance you've seen them through a hole in the wall? Oh yes, he smacks his lips. Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife, masturbating. Everything in him fills with impossible longing all at once. Did you make that hole? With a clip point knife. Ever see her through a window on a roof? Like that too, yes. He nods, bending like a bow against the glass. You've been through the secret roof behind the whirling in rags. Those were your footprints there. You just changed your shoes. I've been through all of Martinez, every nook and cranny. And that too. Yes, that too. He shakes his head almost in awe. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. He explains. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but he keeps shaking his head. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen, a quick glance at you. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective. Then at the man. How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop. I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty. You had to open the steel door in the kitchen. How? I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago? He left spare keys all over and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. He points toward the whirling in rags. And he found use for it. A spare key, like the one hanging behind the union box window. You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her. He shakes his head and stares at the ashes. You stare at them too, in your mind. Her innocence day still turns to leave, airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake. The dream. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air, burning. The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers in the corner of his black eye. A bitter taste on his tongue. You had feelings for that woman. Besides, there's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough. The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying? Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. He looks to the city. It's weakness, I know. There have been others? Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window? No. He starts to shake his head again. A sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then? I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying like a child in the corner of her room on the floor, like she does sometimes. When was this? The day after I'd killed him. And you brought her Maybells. Yes. He looks at the charred logs. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. You wanted to console her. Maybe. He lowers his head. One sec, guys. Maybe. He lowers his head and just stares at the logs. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. A sudden pang of rage. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you. He wipes his eye. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down. So in conclusion, it wasn't about him. It was about her. Her. He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye. The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it. The old man looks at you, suddenly remembering something. Where is she? That Klaasje. I haven't seen her there for days. She got away. We don't know where she is. Good for her. He looks to the city and nods. That girl kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, kept staring at the island. At night, crying or smoking on the roof, like she knew I was here. He says to no one in particular. It doesn't matter. Midtown across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft. Look north. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden. Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the spring air below her. Streets and towers, tenements and water. And across it, a dark strip of ruins barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes. There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafront stick out of the water, built by Felipe II, reappropriated by the commune, then lost in the landing. He's there doing what, exactly? I don't know. Satellite Officer Vicmaire points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him. Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place, where his voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Mignot looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification, like a rotten tooth rising out of the water. But look, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this. We could get more. The lieutenant uses the opportunity to tell you, in a lowered voice. We've got him talking. We could get more out of him. He likes talking. Enough. Take him in. Bend his arms behind his back and end this. Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? A tragicomedy. He shakes to life. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back. The familiar put-put-put of hatred. More specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez, he shakes his head in grave disgust. Martinez is the worst. How come? Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries. He points inland. Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it. Mr. Clare? Yes. The fly larva in his container. He lets some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Felipe III, the syphilitic murderer, on the town square. Spit on the working class. Anything more? Not since the serfs of ancient oh, this word again, per carnassus, as history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. In tents, like animals. He points to the church. Like those boom morons on the ice. Pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. Nod. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucriant on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore is gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So actually, no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing our graves. The old loyalist schools still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozone, or Croyant Moran, or some other island they've built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want. Sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Frizzle is now dead. We did good when we punished him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores. What follows is ominous mumbling. You can't make out a single word. The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. What was that about steroids? It piqued your interest. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating. Disco whores. Whores is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. And the racist on the gates, pumped full of steroids. Fuck. I pressed the third thing. Was there something about the statue on the roundabout? And syphilis. Syphilis is a disease Felipe II contracted in a whorehouse. He fires quickly. The statue is an abomination. Abomination. The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philippe III, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. He breathes in with a wheeze of hatred. And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. He lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues too, hundreds of them. But it's still there. What a keen remark, he sputters. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? Because you forgot to take it down? Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it. That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working class plastic explosives. And there it is again. He shakes his head in disgust. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yakutkata. Man. And the racist on the gates, pumped full of steroids. Yes, steroids. A racist on steroids. You mean Measurehead, right? What's your opinion on him? What's my opinion? You think the rich man has an opinion on this idiocy? Is the rich man on the radio telling you his opinion? No, he answers for you. The rich man's looking at real estate and fiddling his kids, wading through the corpses. By the way, I have internalized his Weltanschauung. The thought, the race enigma thought. I, for one, do have an opinion on Measurehead that people need to hear, and it's not positive. You moralist types are all crypto-fascists, eternally fascinated with lurid race topics, helping the ruling class conduct their swindle, keeping the inane conversation going on Channel 4. The rich man doesn't care about complexion. He rules the world, and he laughs at your moral soliloquies. He stares into the dead embers. You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat. Another hideous disappointment. He pokes at the ash. Unions are the real enemy, the true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses. Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare? That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean the brains of the operation, the smart one. Edgar. You mean Edgar? Everard's brother? The old man chortles with a nod. He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin where it's alienation this and hegemony that. So he does have a brother. You've talked to Edgar? First against the wall with him. He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his head. The Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without them knowing. Have you approached them? I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me. How did he know you were here? He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He nods to you. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you he has brains. He points to the path leading to the tower. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. He shrugs. I was right about one of those things. When was this? 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then. What did you talk about? Edgar did the talking, paid his respects, like I were a fossil in a uniform, offered platitudes about the struggle, flaunted his pink degree, even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov. He suddenly remembers. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. And he let you be here? Let me be here. He looks around. The ZOC is an unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this. Mr. Droz, did you kill the Krenel mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? You know why I killed that fucker, what? He shakes his head. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again. Again? What have you done for Edgar before? Tried teaching him some Mazovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways. He coughs. By the cock parading in his colourful uniform, you mean Renee? Every fucking morning, for 34 years, he grinds his teeth in rage, throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls play it like it was life itself. Click, click. He makes the sound of balls connecting across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petank maniac race traitor. Now, I don't know about that. Just nod. I remember him. He points to his black eye. I remember him from Lanos. Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. With his shaky finger, he points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands. That one. Fat and plump, like a pheasant just begging to be popped off. A grin stretches across his face and he whispers, "Please, Mr. Droz, don't shoot me." He whispers with such predatory hunger it borders on longing. You'd like to kill him? The smile lingers. Not yet. I like to look at him strut around the place. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth. Save the treats for later, the lieutenant asks cheerfully. He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat. For the black day, the blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth. I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock Renee for the boys he's killed. And then I look at him throw those balls and I suddenly feel he lets out a wistful sigh. Better. I even hid one bullet so I'd always have one. For him. The lines on his face straighten as he looks inland. Haven't seen him around lately. Strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. Hearing it may destabilize him. Sure you've gotten everything from him. Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple of days ago. No. Yes. The old communist looks at you, his blackberry eyes shaking in disbelief. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead. sorry, Mr. Droz, the lieutenant says softly. I understand you knew him for a long time. They're all dead now. He just shakes his head. Fuck it. You cared about him? A little flash of anger. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing a head explode. And now, God damn this world. Are you okay, Mr. Droz, to go on? You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked. Doesn't look like he is. Okay. I'm glad we talked about this. Now. Glad we talked about what? Another erratic gesture. He's trembling. I want to ask you again about the people you don't like. Let's arrest him. What? The old man's eyes fill with sudden, unexpected terror at the words. But you said I wouldn't be taken to the... This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation. Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand? But Kim, he's afraid. Do you understand, sir? No, I don't want to. I have to stay here. He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror. He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. Pupils are dilated too, eyes getting blacker and blacker. Your confirmation is not required, sir. The lieutenant turns to you. Now, onto the boat. Hearing check. You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds. Maybe we could all fit in there, the lieutenant says. First say, does it have room for 3? Not really. He shakes his head. We could escort him to the pier. Then either one of us can take him inland while the other stays here, but there's something you're not getting here that he's realizing. But what? The lieutenant shakes his head, frustrated. Who watches over him while I come back for you? Something is happening. Stop. I'm not trying to give him a Russian accent. I feel like I'm mixing French and Russian. I hope the French is still coming through a little bit. We could all fit in the little boat. Actually, no. He scratches his head. Maybe I can just ask that net picker to watch him. This is no harmless old man. The lieutenant shakes his head. This fucking world. He stares at something. Who knows what, in the dust. This world. What is this? No, listen. Listen now. We know that my colleagues are nearby with the Shivers descriptions. They're around, so they could help us. I could come back for you once I've taken him to the precinct. Okay, the lieutenant nods. How about I take him to the precinct and you wait on the island? Maybe you're right. Okay. This world, the old man repeats. What are you talking about? Is this... His voice drowns out in a sudden gush of wind. Us. Your skin is crawling suddenly. Oh my god. Oh my god. No way. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. Blink. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place. What is that? The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. What are you talking about? The giant stick insect. He looks confused. There's nothing there. So are we just imagining this? The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster, but you don't have a gun. There is, I see it. Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds. Kim, can you see it? I can see it. So Kim can see it. 4 simple words. Thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. It's really there, spinning slowly in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender. Be very, very careful, the lieutenant whispers, and takes a step toward the giant arthropod. The creature stands on long, stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. Approach carefully. Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows. Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below it now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs. The head of the creature is crowned by reeds and its eyes are like small droplets of water. Raise your hand slowly. The insect stops its stridulation, seeming to observe you. Below its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering. The world stands still around you. Suddenly there is silence. No. Stop. Be afraid. Raise the other hand. As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you, praying to you. Don't pray to me, I'm nothing. Whisper, that's right, pray. Don't pray to me, I'm nothing. The reed creature does not stop its stridulations. It towers above you, parting the reeds it emerged from. Tuft-like structures still rustle on its joints. Perhaps it is preparing to eat its god. Okay, Kim, take the picture. Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am. No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of foam. The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you. Stand on your tiptoes and look more closely. You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouthparts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly. The foam is white, then yellowish. Kim, it's foaming. Careful. It may be poisonous. The lieutenant watches you apprehensively. The foam slowly turns a darker shade, like burnt caramel, as the insect moves its mouth parts, masticating. The little bubbles begin to burst one by one. Inland Empire, check. Of course. Tell me, what are you doing? I don't fucking believe it. I'm reloading. Sorry, I'm reloading that one.
It is.
Oh, I never did this bit. I never said this to Kim. The man holds a piece of milled aluminium. He begins to pull it open extremely carefully. It's the camera. So I forgot that he even had a camera. Are you sure you won't scare it off?
We need a photo. No one will believe us.
Oh, Marl and Lena. They're going to be over the moon. Although they left town. We'll have to hunt them down. From the corner of your eye, you see a sudden cascade of motion ripple through the phasmid's limbs. A series of ultrasonic clicks fills your ears. I'm not palatable. Do not eat me, I'm afraid. Take the picture. With the sound of metal sliding against metal, the lieutenant reveals the lens. The glass glints in his hand as he begins to slide an ampoule. You see the phasmid turn to him, its mandible antennae reaching out. The motions are quick, sudden.
The ampoule will produce a loud hiss. You're right. It could scare it away. I need a better moment when it's not looking.
I'll wait. I'm on standby, he thinks. His hands sweaty around the machine. Just go through all these again. Let's try this again. Tell me, what are you doing? I exist. Are you poisonous? I exist too. Tell me what it's like for you. Fire, burning. I'm ill. What is your illness? I'm ill in my head. I'm insane. That's how it is for me. I am not. There isn't even a central nervous system in my head. Only mouth parts for eating wetland plants. Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images, a kind of darkness being intruded upon. Transient, dim, moist. Intruded upon by what? Shapes of plants and animals, and internal sensations. A swarm of sounds, tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding. I'm at the end of a narrow funnel, weightless, so light it only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul, and if I did, it would never ache. You're the type of animal I would like to be. The fuck is happening to me right now? You're the type of animal I would like to be. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Why do you ask? Sometimes, when molting, I regrow a lost limb. One time, something went wrong and a small leg replaced a missing antenna. A small leg? That's horrible. That's cool. That's absolutely nothing. The leg tried to move around independently, making it hard to walk. You don't have a foot there now. Yes, thankfully someone ate it. Next time I molted, I grew an antenna again. I'm a detective. So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect? The killer. He's in a bad state, deteriorating fast now. He thinks I'm beneficial to him, but I'm not. I only quicken his deterioration. You're destroying him. Very slowly, and only because he won't go away. It's meant to keep them from noticing me, to interfere with the pictures in their heads. But he's looked at me too long, and I'm destroying him. Is this a dream? What's happening? No, you're awake. I'm real. Light is forming me. This is real. Where does this come from? All this, around us, the world. Not even the birds know that. Not even the water lilies. We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god. I think we should eat it. If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Or a reed. Yum yum. Wait, so you look like a reed and you eat reeds? Yes, they don't mind. Have you accidentally eaten another reed, Phasmid? Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little one. It was winter and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident. What exactly are you? I'm an unknown species of the order Phantasmodea, an endemic to the Insulidian Isola. For the last 350 years I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, folding, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash bins and boys. It may have unknown dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage. I went unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain, also by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation, even the Seminese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me. I've stayed hidden through 4 forms of government and 2 scientific revolutions, until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the Citizens Militia in Revachol, district of Martinez, March 51. Are you poisonous? Yes, I do not have a startle display, so I use a neurodegenerative alamone to aid in camouflage. Do not worry, it is only destructive over long periods of time. Are you the miracle? No, you are the miracle. How? The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively median life form, while you are extreme, all-engulfing madness. A volatile simian nervous system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale, too, came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Snidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. Wait, what is the Pale? It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. I don't have that kind of power. You are a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Given enough time, you would wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. How? We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse. Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts. Worse how? Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nerve mirror. What if you blink? Are you still here? What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? I've already forgotten the whole world once, and I drank too much. So it is already happening. Soon one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed. Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure? It doesn't look like that, no. What does it look like? You're just staring at it, he whispers. Then I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind. Okay. After a second, the lieutenant asks, is it somehow related to the case? Sort of. The case is meaningless compared to this. Laugh nervously. I have totally transcended the case. I think we should take the picture. And then you should back away from the unstudied species. I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts, that was all. No, there is one more. No, there are no more thoughts. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the scariest. Of all the creatures I've met, you are the most beautiful. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman. Turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it for the working class. What woman? You cannot lie to me. Behind you it smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. End it. I will. She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that. Oh my god. That was it all along. We should have known. She was middle class, Harry. Okay, Kim, take the picture. Okay. With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level. There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you. In 3, the man whispers, his voice is tense. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. The shrill flash of the camera cuts the air like the blade of a sword. The phasmid freezes in its bright light, head turned toward the lieutenant. Hypnotized by the flash, it stands frozen before you. I got it. You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature's shape develops onto a photo paper in his hand. a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds and the sky, and you as a shadow before it, for all time. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. Slowly reach out and touch the creature's whisker. The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish. The sensation is electrifying, resounding through your body. It is surprisingly delicate, the curly end of the whisker, like a young vine. It's even a bit wet. Looks like someone's got hurt in a fight. This antennae is much smaller than the other one. Be careful, detective. It's moving. Look at your fingers. You were right. It glistens with some kind of moisture. The creature in front of you stays frozen. Lick your finger. Carefully pet its scythe-like forearm. The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over, its hollow exoskeleton collapsing. Warning. Run your hand up the slender limb higher. Uh-oh. I'm kind of getting a bit scared now. Fuck it, go for it. A small shudder passes the creature's arm. High above you, its black pearl eyes still glisten, mesmerized by the light passing its nervous system. Lick your finger. It tastes like sugar. Very faint. The arthropod towers above you, tufts of reeds pointing from limb and head alike. Odorless, mostly comprised of water. Back off. Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you. Disengage. As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water. The long limbs carry its featherweight without breaking its surface. Off he goes. And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there among the reeds, a collection of items. It's gone. The lieutenant looks north, with his hand raised to his brow. What's that in the reeds? He squints. Looks like a nest of some sort. You should have a look. It can walk on water? Apparently, yes. Like a water strider only. He shakes his head with amazement. I've never seen anything like that in my life. What now? What now? The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He's put his hand into the ash. It's dirty and black. In some kind of strange semi-catatonic state. Our suspect not looking so good. We need to check on him. Oh! Classia's passport. And the other piece of armor? The last piece? Oh, wait. It's the helmet that Kuno threw into the water. Isn't it? I think he said he threw that helmet in. The victim's helmet. Rifle scope. This monstrous-looking, bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the Phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater, but it's otherwise wearable, if not exactly comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now. Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid? See. He stares at the reeds and falls silent. Mr. Dross. The man does not respond. He keeps staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking, like an addict of some terrible substance. Touch his shoulder gently. The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail. He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The lieutenant inspects him gently. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem. Doesn't it, Mr. Dross? The trembling mouth appears to sigh. Between this and the broken tire, he's used for a boat. I think it's safe to leave him here. But we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid. Yeah, Skelly, especially because the oh wait, or was there an Inland Empire check at the very beginning? But yeah, I wasn't sure until Kim saw it as well. What has happened to this man? Old age and shock. He looks at him, then you. I think it's the Phasmid. Yes. The arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid. The combined stress. He looks at you. But you think it's something more than that, don't you? There's much more. Remember what it said when it spoke. Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now. I talked to the Phasmid. It said it's destroying him. You should be more careful, Detective. Are you sure it wasn't having an effect on you? Maybe. Anyway, it's only trying to remain unseen. Degradation is a side effect. a valid hunch. Long-term exposure to something like that could be neurodegenerative. Also, please be careful when approaching unknown species in the future, Detective. Could it be there's something hormonal in his relationship to the phasmid? You mean pheromonal? He seemed a little off for a man his age. Brandy. To scope. Knowing of her bruises, his disposition toward Miss Orania. He nods. I see what you mean. I think he's addicted to that thing. Like a drug. He has displayed addict behavior. And not just the painkillers. His pupils appeared to be dilated. They still are. He examines the catatonic man's eyes. Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated. He nods. He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse. Perhaps this animation is induced by something in the phasmid. He does not seem to be animated now once it's left. He looks to the sea. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point. Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall. He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reeds for him. That could be part of the shock. But you're right. Something is off here. Mr. Droz. He touches the man's shoulder. No response. Maybe this is how the phasmid has stayed hidden all these years. Then how did we see it? He thinks. Oh, you mean whatever does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks. Sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it. Yes, you forget it's there. The lieutenant inspects the man. Mr. Droz, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The old man stutters. The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse. He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it is in it? Who knows how much of it in its company? Oh, I'm getting tired from all the reading. He did seem distressed when it finally came to arresting him. Like he didn't want to leave this place. And the insect, maybe. He looks at his notebook. I've absolutely forgotten to take notes. I hope I remember all of this. He shakes his head in disbelief. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have a photo. We found some things in the phasmid's nest, Mr. Droz. He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. Tap on the helmet on your head. Show him the detached scope. He turns his eyes to it. I lost. You lost it, Mr. Droz. He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. beige and white stripes. He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie phasmid, the lieutenant observes lens sparkle in your hand. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot? Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will get out of this poor being. Tap the helmet on your head. Nothing, just dull staring. Not even rage left wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over. If Kuno kicked it into the sea as he said he did, the ebb would pull it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the phasmid even. If it did, this is incredible. Show him the passport. No reaction. His breathing is slow and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man. Let's have a closer look after that. Let's have a closer look at that after. I think I'll be more useful than him. Nods toward the old man. I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross. The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. Hang tight. We should think about getting back to the mainland to get help. You'll be safe here, if we don't take too long. Okay, so now we're going back. Man, that was a lengthy sequence. Great character, though. I did wonder at one point during the playthrough. You know, it's like, you know, imagine if we actually do find this phasmid. But it wasn't something I expected. We'll see if we can go to the church now with our knowledge of the Pale. I feel like I never got to ask him if he had a thing for Klassia. I think there was another question that I didn't get to ask about Klassia. Yeah, the music was perfect for the conversation, just really reinforcing all the despair and loss and bitterness and resentment. Yeah, I'm still not really sure what the Pale is, even after that, even after the phasmid's description. I can't even remember what the description was now. But, yeah, a lot to digest. Yeah, I kind of figured when we saw all this stuff in the room, the Mazov, the poster, the book, that he was going to be this very fundamental communist type, just rejecting everything about the world. Let's head out. No, we'll look at the passport now. The scope. A common 30mm sniper scope. Attachable to almost any bolt action, 4.46 caliber. It uses an older style, non-dotted, range-finding reticle. Seaweed is still stuck on the lens, and it suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. Yeah. Issued to a black-haired woman called Katerina Elysium. Classia's hidden documents. The lieutenant looks at it in your hands from the empty boy. Look at the photo. It's Clasia with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest? Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Clasia's, or whatever her name was, hiding place. Or perhaps for some blackmailing plan. Perhaps. But that still doesn't explain how it got into the nest. I think the Phasmid took it. Like a magpie? He looks around. What a coincidence. Then it would have also collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see the helmet. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it. But to seek out this would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod. It says Katerina Elysium. He opens his notes. She said it would be for Anouk Mayer Smith. Anouk Mayer Smith. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now, in another city. Katarzyna Elysium was supposed to be her real name. She lied to us. Maybe this is her real passport, not a fake. Because this is her real name. No, she lied to us. Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that too. He almost smiles. What's her real name then? I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Elysium or Clasia or Anouk Mayer Smith. We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. He looks east. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what she'd be raising in my district right now? Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district right now? Put the passport away. We're done here, he says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over by the water. The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm. You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head. Oh, so it was him! Right. Yeah, I guess I should have realized. I think I did have the thought that he kind of looked familiar.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it.
Oh! Is this unique dialogue if you're actually wearing all the armor?
Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
The armor? No one else seems bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Yeah, I'm a cop in a goddamn exoskeleton.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on. It's hard to tell.
Hey, calm down.
Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
This dude.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicmar, and this is your special task force, or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We have come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisoragi, Precinct 57. We've just come from the island where our investigation led us. We might need your help with something later.
As if you recall that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
She says warmly, flashing Kim the tiniest of smiles. Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you. Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We are not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
What's this about?
Harry, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in.
One sec, guys. Let me close the window here. Okay. Let me take a drink.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. You're not the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. How did you know I was here? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. After all that Sylvie stuff, he betrays me. I saved his establishment and still he betrays me. Oh, maybe I should have been nice to fucking Garte. Oh no. I was nice to everyone else in the game. I understand. Okay, Garte told you. And she looks around. People on this street helped us too, with your whereabouts. You're a legend among the drunks, Harry. A legendary local drunk. You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. Guilty as charged. He exchanges a look with the special consultant. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on. Actually, I suspected something was off. Did you? He adjusts his tie. Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember. You never told me you're not the horse-faced woman. Lieutenant, she says with a heavy sigh. My name is not horse-faced woman. It's Judy Mignol. I was assigned to your unit 2 months ago. I thought we were friends. We're still friends. I just have a stupid head. Okay. Another sigh. Because you're not my commanding officer. I really want to respect you. I want us to have a normal relationship. That'll never happen, Jude. He's the rudest man on earth. He's the reason why the rest of us have to take sensitivity training. And I hate sensitivity training. So Trent Heidelstein turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein. Yes, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heidelstein. What was up with the kid then? Mikhail? Mikhail's my son. Oh yeah? What's up with all the interesting history? Spying on me? No, I was just interested in the Feld building and the Martinez beachhead. And Mikhail wanted to see Martinez. It was a coincidence. So what are you special consulting here? What indeed? He looks at the dilapidated shacks, then you. I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s. Like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory. He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Duped again. No one's who they say they are. Duped. Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk, and you won't be duped so easily. Gardener, scab leader, this. Turn to the lieutenant. Tell me at least you are who you said you were. Yes, I'm still Kim Kitsuragi. Still a lieutenant from Precinct 57. Still caught up in the crossfire, too. You mentioned a task force. Yeah, a major crimes unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vic Mayer. Ring any bells? Refresh my memory. Who else is in this? Refresh your memory. It's a goddamn major crimes unit. There's you, me, Jude, Trent, fucking Heidelstamm, and Guillaume Bevy. He stares at you. I'm technically just a civilian advisor. Fuck you, you're part of this shit show. Yeah, first, who's Guillaume Bevy? Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. He's not smiling. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Trent. Because I'm forcing him to stay. Okay, so what does the unit do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry. Because of you. The 41 isn't... He trails off, not wishing to finish the sentence. Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal. God damn it, Harry. He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You're a detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die. Wait, so you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson? It wasn't like that. Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was going to be a tribunal, did we? All will burn, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer. Make no mistake about it. Here we go. Alcoholic delirium. Visions. All must pay. He shakes his head. None of this is ringing any bells. Move on. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage. Trent, he turns to the blonde. This is where you come in. How bad is it? Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning. All good signs. But complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him and... I don't want to be a snitch. He makes air quotes. But also mine with him before, when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting. Interesting. Yes, interesting. I have my theories. But I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, he turns to you. What do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically. And why not why not socioeconomically? Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory? I drank so much. I made it all up. As I already told Lieutenant Kitsuragi, I know what I am. It might have something to do with an anomaly in the church. A 2mm hole in the world. I'm a highly experimental detective. This was a method I used to solve the case. Something so bad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. Sick seems to be the most likely. If we're being truthful. Psychotraumatic amnesia. Trent, he turns to the special consultant. I can go for that. Shit Kid is a broken man, always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? He turns back to you. I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both. But Detective Vic Mayer, she interjects, he has blanked out before. I have? Yeah, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. She pauses, remembering. One was after the two drunks case. The other when we looked into that mural. Interesting. So at first he dips his toes into it. Prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes, practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak. What do you mean? Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect. Look at the sensory input here. He gestures toward the scenery. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He nods confidently. He just needed for it to end. Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that. He is not a cretin. And he is able to do work. If not his previous leadership role, then as a line detective. I'm ready to lead again. He's wrong. I'm far too gone for work. Fuck all of you. I don't want to be in your unit. I'm ready to lead again. No one even mentioned that. He looks at you, then at Trent. I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the potty? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension? They can keep that pension. You're rock solid. You can put your clothes on hard. What now? Now nothing. Now we're just gonna stand here. Really? No. Now we discuss that. He points to the water. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? Hold on, in the ocean? Feign ignorance. It was stolen by Jacob That wasn't me, it was stolen by traffic hooligans. Fuck it, let's tell the truth. I drove into the ocean when I was drunk. So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. He exhales so calm. He exhales so calm his breathing. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge. I got my badge right here. In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand. Hold on, how many fucking levels do I have? Yeah, I have a shitload of levels. I thought that those little diamonds symbolized the amount of levels, but I just remember before seeing 2 and only getting 1, but I probably wasn't paying attention. Not today, badge. Did I get the badge? Behold, my badge. The drama is unnecessary. I got the badge, all is well. Man is unimpressed by the piece of plastic in your hand. And your gun, he asks? Fuck. I'm honest, 24/7. I'm tracking it down right now. But you haven't, because you're drunk. You lost your gun and you're drunk. You're a drunk, gunless bum. I can smell it. I haven't had a drop of alcohol since the beginning of the game. I've been clean and sober for 6 days straight. So it doesn't even matter that I found my gun. I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again. So you forgot to drink. I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then? He's wounded. He looks at you. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse. No idea what you're smelling. I washed death off me. Yeah, but we needed to wash it off twice, and we didn't. The man doesn't reply, but his expression speaks for him. You should have done a better job, is what it's saying. Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse. I don't believe you. He squints. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape. A certain Classia. Because you were too drunk to assess her flight risk. We've read the reports, Harry. Lieutenant Kitsuragi's, we know. Classia, she was some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained. Oh well. If she was specially trained, he rubs his face in frustration. I'm not even going to get into the other suspect who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 9 people who were gunned down. The streets are literally red with blood, Harry. It was a fucking mass murder. He did everything he could. The lieutenant interrupts him. We did everything we could. The company hired unvetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals. Here comes the cavalry. He did so at considerable risk to his own life. He was shot, not once, but twice. He stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what could have been. Yes, what he said. Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation. He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and coughs. You've spent the week with him, on the case. What's your take? On the case? On Lieutenant Euphrete Dubois. Well, he pulls up his collar. The drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week. Yes! See? 1 week. Then there's the superstardom. He likes to, from time to time, allude to being a superstar law official. At first I thought it was a joke, but now I'm not too sure. He says disco about 20 times a day. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer is a little odd. Odder still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always, he pinches the root of his nose, on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea. Something I was not present for. He breathes in sharply. But despite all this, he is a great detective. One of the best I've seen, in fact. He can talk human beings into telling him everything. And he does not stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven. Well, except for one time when he stopped to sing karaoke, which, by the way, was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out. Yeah, it was what it was. Other than the one time he was tirelessly worked on the case. Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator. Locked on the island right now, awaiting transportation. Something tells me he's gonna be dead when they go back to get the body. He apprehended a straggler who strayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution, who's probably committed other murders over those years. He pauses. Oh, and he also discovered a new species. New species? A colossal stick insect. It was on the island, camouflaged as reeds. It unfolded from the reeds. I think we may be dealing with the Insolidian phasmid. He takes out the photo and shows it to the officers across the yard. Thick white snows. Thick white snow falls all around you. Flakes stick to the glossy photo of the phasmid. You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind. As you can see, it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered. Boom shakalaka, motherfuckers. Or boom shakalaka, motherfuckers. So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. Boom shakalaka, motherfucker. Fucking hell, is that... The man cranes his neck, still looking at the photo. Is this somehow connected to the case? Detective, he turns to you. Boom, boom, boom! I'm not sure what I want to go for here. Fuck it. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. But also... I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation. The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic. So it is connected. I must say, this, he points to the photo, is absolutely extraordinary. It's... I don't even have words for it. Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk. His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away. This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Kim. Oh wait, I thought he was saying Kim there. He's just going, Maybe he is saying Kim when he says that. Just a muffled Kim. I also started a nightclub in the church. What was that? He cups his ear. The wind blows. It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. Yeah, I reinvigorated the local nightlife. 4 kids were living in a tent on the ice. They were going to drown when it melted. It's not optimal. But the building was abandoned. So we put them in there. It's okay. It's not that okay. Get off this subject. Now. The killer. We have a strong motive for him. Lilianovich. Special consultant raises an eyebrow. A revolutionary matronym. A revolutionary matronym. The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Larzovich, etc. Revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms derived from the mother's name instead. This man's mother was Lillian. He's Lillian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol. So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called. Thank you, Trank. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. He turns to you. You said you have a motive. Of course. Excuse me. I just thought it was noteworthy. He killed a mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed a mercenary in an act of jealousy. Jealousy. I thought this Lilianovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years, 70-something. A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated, possibly, by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason. He said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have a sniper's nest with full view of the room in which the mercenary died. Right on the island. And 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Droz confessed to. It's a clear win. It's way more than that. It's more than that. A perfect folding mechanism like the phasmid. It's way more than that. It will win me Dora back. It's my masterpiece. They'll teach this in cop school. Masterpiece. He rolls his eyes. Get over yourself, Harry. I can still smell the booze on the wind. God damn it, doesn't it ever leave? It is there. Like in your bones or something. It will pass. In time. The phasmid was female. Female, what makes you think so? You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think. Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest? Not as far as I could see. There were other things in there though. He turns to you. It had gathered items on its nest. Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male. This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. Bowers? They are for attracting mates. It could have been male, actually. It must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs. He trails off, lost in thought. I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis. As in cloning itself? What makes you think so? Observation. Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female. The bower would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation. Very interesting. He looks around, quickly assessing the coast. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here. I think it emits a chemical. Yes, that would be a pheromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's? The predator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but... There are species of bees that, under the influence of pheromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. Ants do the same with aphids. Thinking there, he stops. You think this is how it stayed hidden? Nothing is off the table, but I want to stress this. The find does not have to be connected to the case. The case is 100% prosecutable, without any pheromones. Of course, Lieutenant, of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to... He shakes his head. They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulatory. It had it had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside. Yes, but also reed color, beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs. Incredible. He repeats, turning to Vic Mayer. The PR value of this is exceptional. Cop discovers new species. Maybe even discovers the Insilidian phasmid. No, that's too much. This would really help with some of the problems we've been having. Absolutely. This is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest. He smiles. You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo. Without it, he shakes his head. You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment, but still. Quit while you're ahead or no? The missing person on the boardwalk that we weren't able to call in? I'm not sure about this. But let's go with it. Yes, fallen through a gap in the boardwalk, drunk. How did you know I found him? The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff. You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us. Still, she says quietly, good work with the missing person, detective. It's still a point for you, no denying it. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. He shrugs. I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. Rue de Sanguis Lane, 10, a commercial building where all businesses go bankrupt. I looked into it. Why? That's not what you were supposed to do here. There was a fridge we needed, and a possible witness. He was just chasing a lead and ended up advising a local shopkeeper. It was okay. Of course, she turns to Vic Mayer. Call it community outreach, right? Dodged the bullet there. For a moment, it seemed like you were just wasting time. So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back? Point to yourself. I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. I like how he put the species first on the list there. He shrugs. So, I have to. Jude? A quick nod. Anything that ends the trial is okay with me. Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go. Okay, he sighs. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go. Wait. I have a few questions before we go. About who I am. The man looks westward impatiently. Nice. Okay, oh, let me take a drink here. Who am I? Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. What? Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but before? Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Koran. She looks around. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe... That explains a lot. No way, I was a rock and roll singer. You haven't told us about that. You've just told us about being a gym teacher. That does explain a lot. Callie, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the bicep girth, your inexplicable facial hair, the collection of FALN sportswear I've amassed, your love of retro-style dance music, how you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick. Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy. God. Even this javelin throwing freak here. When was this? When was I a gym teacher? In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then. He looks you over. You said in Koran, I was a gym teacher there? Yes, you taught gym in Koran. I believe that's the term? Taught gym at high school? You were a high school gym teacher. The smell of sweat and glue, the worn floorboards. High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Estelle. It's the whole thing on the ice. That's why you're so juvie. His smirk suggests barely contained laughter. Why did I join the RCM then? The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that. Oh man. You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope. Okay, I see now. Why am I like this? It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you're a drunk. You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage. Some chick. Who? Was her name Dora? Yeah. Dora Ingerland, I think. Oh. So her name is close to hers as well. To Dolores. Not Dora Dubois? Wait. Dora Ingerland. Something like that. Half Vassan. So we weren't even married. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. When was this? God, I don't know. You think 6 years ago? She was way before my time. 6 years and you haven't gotten over it. What the hell is wrong with you? Oh, okay. 6 years is not that much. I figured it was actually gonna be... I figured it was more than 6 years. I thought it was gonna be... I thought it was over 10 years. Just the vibe I got. 6 years is not that much. Yeah, you're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing, I think. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingerland really tore you a new one. A big one. Who was she? Incredibly bangable? Figures. Huh? She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wifeish. Like a Welkin, basically. Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin. I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from. Look, she turns to face the sea. The sun is about to go down. It's time to go home. I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river, way east. Hard to say which came first. The middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. If there's something harder than a psychiatrist, is there something harder than a psychiatrist? Pauses to think. A forensic psychiatrist. Go to that. Okay. Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? No. No, because suspects seem to think you're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you. I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit. I told you it's not that bad. Interesting. So I guess she was mistaking me for someone else. Precinct 41, what kind of station is it? Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us. That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You're just understaffed, and everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price. Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind. It is an understaffed station, and the district is too big. Which is why we need to... He tilts his head northward. Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. And Price is... Ptolemy Price. He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM. He's one of the most highly regarded men in the force. You're lucky. Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May. Hey, good night, Wexford. Cheers. Torson and McLean. Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean. She arches an eyebrow. You're not fit to run a wing. Believe me, things are shaky as it is. They are damn iconic, though. Torson and McLean. An iconic duo, I take it. Yeah, not like us. 2 clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We're garbage. And the Sea Wing is... God, he sighs. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake. There's also a lot of outside help involved. Not only me. He smiles. Other losers too. He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way. Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance? Point to the church. So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press. Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear. What happened? Why did we need to go there? Our enemies were hiding in a church. To the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up. Okay. He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast. So I work in the bloody murder station. Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there. Hard. Every day. Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Revachol. Faubourg, technically. But it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us. The press will blow over, he says in a reassuring tone. Jamrock is lucky to have you. And it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it. Thank you again, Lieutenant. The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Who is Lena? A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock. She told me about this Phasmid. Well, good luck finding her once we get back. She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part. He turns to you. I'm sure we'll find them. They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for a change. She's gonna be over the moon. Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now? Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all this. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain. About what? He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses. Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol. I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate. Want to do that at Station 41? Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of two captains with my doom-mongering. No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41. Work? With Price? A crooked smile quivers on his lips. I'm flattered, but I don't know if I would fit in. I'm crazy enough? Can take the stress? He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We should be flattered if you even considered. The man turns very serious all of a sudden. I would have to tie things up in GRH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor. And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. She says with a smile. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even. I do like the sound of that. He returns her smile. Yeah, I love Kim, man. What a character. I'm ready. Good. She looks at you, then Vic Mayer. Fuck it, let's go. The man points down the street. Trant brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock. Under the noonday sky, the great district hums. A chessboard of wooden houses. 80,000 living souls and chimney stacks. Fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41. To Buggy Street forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time. Torsen, yes. McLean, yes. Heidelstam, yes. Heidelstam, no. McMare, yes. Dubois, of course. Really? Nix Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Polemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Mignot? Of course. Wonderful. The woman looks north. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now? That's it. Oh, man. That was great. Fantastic. Really tiring last session, though. That was a lot of reading. Longest reading session in the whole playthrough. It was just non-stop. But it was good. I love the atmosphere during the conversation with the killer. The music and that whole scene and just the resentment and bitterness. And just the way he told his story. Creeping on Klasia. Almost reminds me of Tiago in a way. Both characters who just completely reject the world. Haha, look at Piss Faggot. But yeah, Tiago sort of seems to be at peace with what he's found. Do I accept game donations? I don't know. I've never accepted one before. I think I'm good, but thank you for the offer. Is the body still in the fridge? No. We sent the body back to processing days ago. Yeah, I'll be keen to see all the other playthroughs now. Notice anything about the menu art? I did say yesterday that I thought we might be looking from the perspective of the shooter here. Nice. Yeah, I caught that yesterday. I'm not sure if I forget when I said it. It was when someone suggested that the shot came from across from the bay or something, looking at Martinez, and then I said, that reminds me of the main menu, the view we have. Yeah, I caught that. Yeah, great game. That's a special one, all right. There's something about spending so much time in such a small place as well, like 80 plus hours in this very small map. It really feels like home almost after a while. Oh yeah, I love the music and the mood. The world building. Great characters. Love the humor, the absurd humor, and just how it would bounce back and forth between so many different feelings. You know, like 1 second it'd be really touching, and then 5 seconds later you'd be bursting out laughing. And 5 seconds after that you'd be feeling other feelings, and yeah, really good stuff. Harry and Kim, man, what a pair. The dream with his wife as Dolores Day, that was great. Completely recontextualizing all of Harry's cool responses where he's, you know, trying to be a badass, trying to be the man that his wife fell in love with. The phone call with the ex. That was great, how we stumbled upon that. I'd say that's fairly easy to miss. I'm sure many people missed that on their first playthrough. Because you had to call a few times. I'm sure people just called once or twice and then just left it. Oh yeah, her voice there, that really hit hard in that scene. I remember I interpreted it as her still being in love with Harry as well. I remember thinking after that, actually no, she probably isn't. Or I was just trying to, you know, I was just trying to put myself in Harry's shoes. I was just hoping for Harry's sake, really. But yeah, there's the concern in her voice. And the pity. Like, oh, Harry. I'm looking forward to learning more about the Pale on my next playthrough. Maybe I'll even look it up. I want to see what happens in that church when you figure it out. Fucking egghead. Oh, the whole church quest was just glorious. Getting Kim to dance. That whole sequence. Amazing. If you select hardcore on the settings, you get Egghead shouting hardcore when you select it. Wait, hold on. What's hardcore in the settings? Is there a hardcore difficulty? Oh, cool. I'll have to play on hardcore next time. Sweet. Okay. The Phasmid's line about our wife being middle class was hilarious. Oh, that was too good. Oh, man. The Pale dump is good stuff. Fuck, man. Yeah, I'll have to see it next time. Oh, the Classia conversations were great. Oh yeah, like when it was really when we were getting down into the nitty-gritty of who committed the murder. So good. Didn't know what was going on. Going back and forth between Titus and Classia and then Ruby. Lots of second guessing, and they did a great job at making you wonder about it all. The scene the morning after the shootout in the Whirling in Rags with the two guys down at the table, the remains of the Hardy Boys. That was a great scene. Very sad, with your man just drunk, not knowing what to do with himself. Trying to convince them to start up the Hardy Boys again. The whole atmosphere on that morning after was great. Titus is a cool character, yeah. Warmed up to him after a while. You know, they just seem like complete pricks at first. But then as you get to know them, you're like, well, you know, you start to see the soul in them. You start to see the human side of them. I think I might have done that as well, Winter. Or maybe I was watching someone else's stream and that happened. The container. The rhetoric container. Yeah. I can't wait to see that. Evrart as well, man. I fucking loved Evrart. What a character. The power dynamics in that scene and just how overtly manipulative and corrupt he was. And just his poker face, answering everything in the same way, keeping the same persona up. Alright, guys. I think we'll leave it there for now. And we might do another playthrough of this on stream sometime. We'll see. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. I want to finish the Wonderful 101. And maybe when I finish that, I'll do something that everyone wants to watch. Because I think the majority of people who watch my stream don't really have an interest in Disco Elysium, unfortunately. So I'll maybe do some horror games or something that everyone enjoys after we wrap up Wonderful 101. But yeah, this was quite the journey, and I'm glad that many of you did enjoy it and were interested. Because it's a slow burn. Makes sense that it's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. Just a lot of reading. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. It'll take a while to digest this. Till next time, I'll see you soon. Probably tomorrow. Maybe I'll take a day off. Because it's been a long time. I think I've been streaming for like 20-something days straight now. Anyway, till next time, everyone. Have a good one. Peace.